All right, I'm going to check on YouTube to make sure that we're actually up and running. And then we will start with introductions. The most dreaded part of video. Okay, I see us. So I'm going to check for sound. Hello, hello. Okay, I see us. So I'm going to check for sound. Okay. Not a commercial. That's not what I want. Okay, unmuted us on there. Okay, and all of the comments, if anyone joins us, will come in on our screen, so you don't have to look at both. All right.
Oh,
so
private chat live comments. Wow, fancy schmancy. See, you teach me all the gadgets here, you know.
We will start with you, so you can talk, and I am going to share screen to your Amazon page, and I can scroll to whatever book you mentioned.
Okay. I'm Victoria Anders is my pen name, but my name is Stephanie Victoria Anderson. I write my current tagline that I am currently using, since we just talked about taglines, is snarky roller coaster rides about being an almost adult. I have 2 series out. I have the My Life series. Currently have 3 books. Overall, I have about 9 books planned in the series, and they are single point of views dealing with one character, but all the characters live in the same area, and they're all connected somehow, some a little more so than others. So that's my first series. Then the next series is one that I have with a lovely co-writer, and they are dual points of view, and they're a little bit more darker, a little bit more angstier. I mean, my other books are pretty angsty too, but I think our Maryville series may be a little bit higher level in angst. I don't know. Maybe
with
not.
Sebastian, yes.
With the what? What'd you say?
Sebastian, yes.
Oh, with Sebastian. Oh, yeah. Sebastian is probably my favorite character ever. So that's me. I think that's it. So I have 5 books. We're working on the 6th book. And that's about it. What else should I say? I am a graphic designer by day. I've been in the indie world for over 10 years now. I've helped authors and small and medium publishers with book formatting, ebooks, and covers. And so I actually started working with a publisher 10 years ago. And I was like, oh, good. Maybe this publisher, maybe I'll finally be able to finish the book I'd been working on. And then finally, that was Marley. And finally, I released that book after 10 years in December, or September last year. So that's me.
You want me to say something now?
I make you big.
I'm Rebecca Olson. Hi. I stay at home because when my kids were born, daycare was too expensive. I couldn't get a job that would cover it.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, it's expensive. It's crazy. I have been trying to write stories since before I could write. I used to drive all the adults around me crazy because I would just fill up entire pages with like little squiggles. Yes, it just came out with that. Okay, I'll hold it up. So.
That's a long book too.
Well, it's epic fantasy. It has to be long, or the audience will get ticked at you.
What was the word count on that?
About 150,000.
Wow. That's awesome.
When I
And
saw
See,
it
we
was
with
400
contemporary
something.
romance, I mean, if we reach the 100,000 mark, we've gone too far. Like My Life is Marley is 105K, and I really wanted to add a little bit more, and I was like, I can't. It'll be way too long. So
well, see, epic fantasy readers, if it doesn't reach 100K, they say, not enough. I succeeded.
that's so funny. All the differences.
And they want it in a series. No
Ah.
standalone.
So you have to build this huge, magnificent world, and I mean, I guess your world book has got to be incredible. And the notes, how do you manage all the notes behind that? Isn't that pretty difficult?
Yes and no. The land that's there, the area of the land that they're in, I kind of based some of the geography on the Willamette Valley in Oregon. Some of it I based on some of what I remember from the Rocky Mountains when I was a kid. So, I mean, you can just take elements of the real world and just sort of bake them in there, and your audience is happy.
That's awesome.
So, but no, if I don't write, my family gets upset and tells me I'm being grumpy. So,
The writing is the medicine, huh? It's the happy pills.
pretty much, yeah. But I write for them. If they like the story, we're good.
There you go.
If nobody else likes the story, that's fine. They like it, so okay.
Yeah. See, that's me. I like my story. So if I'm only writing for myself, then that's the way it is.
It's got to get out somewhere, where it just sort of steams and bubbles and builds up like a pressure cooker, and yeah, you got to let it out. So
how about, is that your so you have that one book out and you have another one coming out soon?
Yes. I have a companion novel to this one. It's only about 130,000 words.
Only.
Well, this one's 150. So, and that one is available. Well, it's up for pre-order on ebook now, but it will officially drop on August 1st. So in just a couple weeks. I'm working on book 2, and then I've got other series stewing on the back burner in here somewhere. So
how long did it take you to write that 150K book?
This draft, several months, a couple years, but the entire process actually took a long time because I had to learn how to write a novel in the first place. Anybody who thinks it's easy to write a novel I figure it's one of two things. One, they either haven't written a novel.
Correct.
Or two, they're like Dean Wesley Smith, and they've written so many novels that they maybe have forgotten how hard it was at first. I don't know. But most people who've never written a novel seem to think, oh, it's just easy. You just put words down, right?
Yeah.
No, not quite.
And it's funny, too, because if you tell people, I'm writing a book. Oh, I've been thinking about writing a book, too. That's always my favorite.
And it's like, no, most authors who want to be long-term authors, not just like they have one idea and they want to write it, have way too many book ideas to write your book idea, no matter how good it is.
Exactly.
Yep. I have a great idea for you to write. No. Sorry, no.
Like
that is a great idea. You go write it.
All right. And I am Heather Unicorn. So I love to co-write books. So I have this one, which is Three Misfortunes. And the cover was actually designed by Steph that you see on the screen. So if you want a cover, go check her out at Alt19 Creative on Facebook. She also does really awesome interior design. And then, of course, she did our physical books, which we have different covers for, so I'll show them off. Here's our Christmas edition of the first book in the Maryville series, and it's got lots of cool stuff on the inside, so you'll just have to buy it to see it. Then we've got the non-holiday edition, and then we've got book 2, which
Just
I
my
really love.
favorite. Even if Sebastian is wearing a bow on his head.
I love this one because
Oh,
of
but
the,
they're so cute.
and it looks like it's with Greece because of the clothes that they're wearing, and they are in a play Greece at their school. So, and Sebastian is like the reformed bad boy that still has anger issues.
Oh, so he's like typecast in the role?
Oh, yes. For sure. They don't get it at first. So they're not the leads at first. And I'll just leave it at that. You'll want to read it. And then
We had to get rid of the lead somehow, you know?
yeah. But the person that we got rid of was going to have their own book soon, and that's going to be for book 3. And we've got some other stuff that all 3 of us are actually in, so I'm going to show you those real quick. So I will be in the anthology Jailbreak coming out September the 10th. It's a paranormal prison escape collection of stories. Then I have Last Card Standing, which is an adult disaster thriller. And then we are all in, can you say the word? Because I don't want to butcher it.
Ephemera.
That's how I've been pronouncing it.
Ephemera. Yep.
I've been saying like ephemera. Okay, so Ephemera, Life Lessons Learned. It is a collection of short stories as well. It has all 3 of us, as well as 8 more authors. And all of us are fairly unknown. There's no like New York Times in there.
I am way unknown.
What I'm saying is that this will be a wonderful collection for you to start with so that you get to know authors that you may not have heard of before.
That are ready to make it big.
Exactly. So once you read our stories, because we put a lot of effort into this, then you're going to be like, oh my gosh, I'm your number 1 fan. So yeah, if you look at the cover, you can see that there's different symbols on it. Also, all the covers that I've shown you were designed by Steph. So yay. But that one has multiple genres. So each of them have different stories in it. Steph has a contemporary romance. I have a fantasy story. And Rebecca, what is yours?
I have a paranormal romance.
You were the Green Rose, right?
Green Rose, yeah.
Okay. I actually
used
the dahlia on the cover. Don't tell anybody because I couldn't find a green rose, but the dahlia was kind of very similar. So
it works. It's a really strange flower. The only reason I know about it is because my great grandmother had one that my grandmother took a clipping off of, that my mother took a clipping off of, and it's still planted in my mother's front yard.
It's beautiful. I had to look at when you mentioned it. I went up and looked for pictures, and then of course I typed in rose and all the stock sites, and I'm like, that ain't gonna work.
And a lot of times if you type in green rose, it'll show roses that have been dyed green. But the actual green rose, the flowers are almost like poinsettias.
Yeah, they were.
It's
like
a real
star pattern. Yeah,
it does not look like a rose.
No, not at all. It's very pretty.
I'm gonna have to read the story just to figure out why you chose that symbol.
Well, and then also the house that it's planted in was actually my great grandmother's name too. Her name was Cornelia Haley. So I named her house is the Haley Rose Manor. But her father, her maiden name was Gregson, which is also a character in the story.
Very cool. So
it's my family probably will recognize those names and say, I see what you did there.
I do that. My one of my characters, her name is Marley Morgan, and my mother's maiden name was Morgan. So I always kind of stick to the the family. I've had a character named Rutledge, and that's a family name, you know. So I do the same thing. It's nice to put your family in it, and
It
friends
is.
too. Like I've always used like, because of the age in the books, I always use like my friends that I've had as like parent names for some of my.
Wasn't the
Thank
Heather
you.
the one that went on a date with Adam?
Okay. All right. So me and my husband, before you came along, and I have another really great friend who's a designer friend of mine. Her name is Heather too. She's my other Heather friend that lives in Kentucky too. So, but okay, the thing that we had with the name Heather. So in my first book, My Life as Kelsey, there's this girl's dad starts dating someone that doesn't like her. And this girl's name is Heather because Heather was a bully when I was in 5th grade. So I've never really liked Heathers. My husband's first wife's, his ex-wife, her name is Heather. So I was just like, well, what's a bad name? Heather.
Heather.
And then lo and behold, I meet Heather Dowell, and I'm like, she goes to read My Life as Kelsey, and I was like, wait a minute. Heather is a bad person in my book, so don't take offense to that. So,
have you seen the old movie Heathers?
Yes. Oh
where
yeah.
they're all three of them were
yes.
bad.
Oh yes, that's a brilliant movie.
I tried watching it, but I got bored after a couple minutes.
Oh my god, it's
that movie is so
it's dark,
psychotic.
I've heard it's like the older version of Mean Girls.
It's my version, my generation of Mean Girl. Okay, make me feel old here.
Everything in that movie is
so how old you are, because when I was putting up the ads, I was like, what age should I stop it at? Because I was like, so Steph might actually be out of the target someplace.
I always think that when I set my age range on ads, and I'm like, okay, I just this ad will never show for me because, you know, but
I did 18 to 40 because I know that 40-year-olds read YA.
Well,
oh yeah,
40 and higher read YA too.
And higher,
yeah. And my mom's only like 50, and I'm like, but she's
oh my gosh! See, I'm like close to your mom's age.
Your mom's age.
Old. So, all right, Rebecca, how old are you?
I'm almost 47.
Okay, see, I'm older. Barely. Oh, wait. How old am I? I can never remember if I just turned 47
I have to add it up.
or 46. All right, I was born in 73. When were you born?
I was born in 73.
Okay, so I'm March of 73.
Y'all are 3 years
You're
younger
August.
than my mom.
Okay. So
You
we're the
said you're
same
March?
age. We're only a couple months apart. I feel good.
That's what I said. Almost. I have to add it up. See,
You forget. You forget after a while.
It doesn't matter after a while.
47 or 46. So I know you're about to be 47, so that means I am 47.
What is your birthday again? I need to write it down.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
March 28th.
Yeah, I was thinking 21st, but that's Brit. So 2 of my co-authors are both born in the same month as me.
Okay, I have a tendency to forget my birthday.
Well, you said yours was August, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, my mother-in-law will never let me forget. She called me. We were living in California at the time because my husband was in the Marines. And she called, and caller ID, he answered the phone. Hi, Mom. And she goes, hi, can I talk to Becky? He goes, yeah, but why? And she goes, well, first of all, if I want to talk to her, that's between her and me. You don't get to ask. Second of all, I just wanted to wish her a happy birthday. He goes, Becky, is it your birthday? And I went, no. Wait, what day is it? She will never let me forget that one.
Oh, that means I have to find my phone. Okay.
I think we're the only ones on here, but I was like, I might as well go ahead and put it up so people can get ready. Do you know what the 4-step is? Do you have it, Rebecca?
The 4-step?
On your phone?
No, I don't.
Okay. So if you download it, It's like $2, I think, to get the Pro.
Oh, that's not much. 4-step?
Forest step.
Oh, the forest. Forest. With the trees.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
Yeah.
Tree planting. Tree
If I'm
planting.
supposed to do that one because I think my trees would die. I have a tendency to write one sentence, and then after a while I write one more sentence, and then after a while I write one more sentence because I can't seem to quite get in the flow.
Well, what it is it just keeps you off your phone for that duration of time. So it doesn't have anything to do with how much you write.
Gotcha. Well, then I might have actually redwoods. I don't get on the phone very much. That's different. I might get it then.
And I got some cool new things that we can plant like this.
What is that? It's blue.
Yep. And I earned, well, I'll show you what I got here. Here they are small.
Oh, those are cute.
Yeah, I had to bust my butt to earn these. And then here's 3 more. Oh, well. So when it comes Halloween, I need to earn the ghost tree because I have the scarecrow tree. I have the pumpkin. I need the ghost tree. We will be in business for Halloween.
In the meantime, I have no trees. I don't even know how to get trees.
You have to earn coins and then you can buy them, but the cheapest one is 200.
I have 215, so that means I can buy a tree, huh?
Almost. You got like maybe an hour or 2 left. Like 3 hours is like 65 coins. So it takes a while to get there. You can always have it going when you're asleep. So
I ain't gonna cheat.
That's cheating.
it's just an app to keep you off your phone. So if you're sleeping, you're off your phone.
It counts. It counts.
They even have a version called Sleepy Town. So
Oh, jeez.
if you don't wake up on time, your building destroys.
I'm gonna be in trouble.
If you sleep more than 15 minutes past your alarm, your building
Ooh.
I'd
topple.
be in big trouble then. I let my alarm snooze for like an hour, 2
So
hours.
we had it one time in my building toppled, and I was like, "Really?" All right, I'm gonna get the code. So I'm gonna put the code into the chat. Did you figure it out on your end, Rebecca, or you're not worried about the app?
I'm not worried about the app right now. Like I said, for the first sessions of the sprintings, I probably will be in and out because I'm trying to rearrange things to move my computer to a different location. So,
All right.
Y'all want to start with a 20-minute?
I gotta go to plant together mode.
Yeah.
Join room. 6px.
My husband's trying to come in. Nope, he went to the bathroom. That's the bad thing about having one bathroom is whenever your spouse has to go at the same time as you, but you are sucked into doing what you're doing and you're like, one more paragraph. One more paragraph, and your bladder's about to burst. And then they close the door to go number 2. And I'm just like, suck.
why?
I'll come back in here and turn off my computer for mentioning a bowel movement. He'd be like, you embarrass me.
See, I have my bathroom and my husband has his. His is close to his office. Mine is close to my office and bedroom.
I'm waiting for the kids to move out for that. Right now we have the kids' bathroom and we have mom and dad's bathroom. So
Then you can have your separate ones. Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah.
All right. Are y'all ready for the first sprint?
Let's see. My kid is out of the house. Oh, and my daughter has COVID.
Oh,
but
does
she's
she?
fine. Yeah, but she's fine.
That's
She
good.
freaked me out.
Made.
She sent me a message 2 days ago and said, "Mom, I got tested positive for COVID." I'm like, "You can't call me and tell me that." but she's had it for like 12 days, she thinks now, and it hasn't really affected. She says she feels like she has a sinus infection.
Yeah. Well, younger people, they tend to, what they're finding is they tend to be just fine with it.
My concern was she has asthma, so you always kind of have that fear, and she's always had like problems with bronchitis and stuff like that, but so it hasn't seemed to affect her. So
well, that's good.
I might have had it in March, but my symptoms were like stomach flu. Because I got it and then my husband got it, but the thing is we both beat it after like 2 days, and then we just didn't feel great for like 4. During those 2 days, it was horrible. Like I had full body shivers for hours.
You went to the emergency room.
I did. I went to the emergency room because I puked like a gallon. I've got pictures. Proof of what I've been through. I was live streaming in the ambulance. I was like, guys, I feel like that, but it was the day before my birthday, my 30th birthday.
Happy birthday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I didn't celebrate my birthday. I was in bed with chills. All right. Let's get to work.
Finally, and it's my bedtime.
You said it's your bedtime.
I said finally, and it's my bedtime.
What? It's only 6:30.
I'll be able to do one sprint.
Oh, I wish you could do more.
My husband will be here at 10 o'clock exactly. So,
all right. So everyone, mute.
That's a pretty tree.
Yeah.
What kind of tree is that? It's like a water tree.
Yeah, water spirit something. Cool. You have to get 1,200 coins to get that.
All right. So when you edit, how do you keep track of that?
What I could do is take the before count and then take the after count, and usually I add words when I edit.
Okay.
But you don't
I'm
have
just going to do my word count based on what I edited. So
I'm not even going to track it. I'm just like, whatever at this point.
Well, isn't that why
when I was doing when I knew I was adding words, but now I'm like, no, I just want to get this done. I'm going to get like 170 words for the 50 minutes. So it's going to be barely anything. Anyway, all right. So all of us mute, and then I'm going to put on the Google timer so we know how long we have left, and then I will punch start on the Forest app and on the Google timer. And then we just unmute once the timer goes off, and I'll make sure you know when the timer goes off. All right. have it on the computer too. I'll have it on the computer too. Okay. You can unmute yourself. Okay, good.
That made me jump.
So, how did you do?
I got 269 words.
Nice. I edited one chapter and it was surprisingly good. It was only like a 700 word chapter, but it felt full because I had put in so much description of what was happening. I was like, I'm there. How about you, Steph?
I did 2 chapters and I let my dog out to pee. Sorry. But I did 2 chapters.
is
I
good.
looked in the middle to go move some stuff. So, and then I was behind the screen again, and everybody else was talking at me, telling me stories I really didn't want to hear. So if you're probably making faces, that's why.
I was definitely making faces because when my characters do stuff, I mimic it. So like I like noticed myself winking when Jax winked. Because he's always using sexual innuendos.
Oh yeah.
So he's never dirty in what he's saying. But so, for instance, they're talking about kingdoms. And so the prince is like, well, what princess would want to leave her large kingdom to come rule my small, insignificant one? So, of course, Lord Jax was like, it's not the size that matters. It's what you do with it.
Of course.
I'm like, they're talking about kingdoms, and he wants to make it a sexual reference.
Of course.
So there's parts where Leon literally asked him, like, I hope you're not using one of your sexual innuendo.
Did I tell you Leon was my grandfather's name?
No. That's funny.
Earl Leon Morgan. Earl Leon.
So you're automatically not going to be attracted.
Exactly. Sorry.
I'll show you a picture. Then we can erase your grandfather from the image. Let me find my Pinterest.
All right, well, I'm going to have to unjoin you guys because I'm about to turn into that pumpkin. So
let me just show you Leon first, and then you can.
Oh, did you have like an inspirational pic?
Oh yeah, I can show you all the characters. All right, you'll be like, what? Yeah. Okay, so I will put on the share screen. All right, so this is Lord Jax. This is Leon, but Leon is more tan. This is also Leon. He has the mark, and it's like light coming out of his chest and all over his body's like that. And then,
okay, that wasn't in the story when I read it.
Yeah, I added that in there.
That's the fantasy element you added.
Yeah. This is Annika, and Annika's familiar is this panther. And then at one point I was going to have their castle be like electric, but I didn't do that. They don't have electricity in their world. They use lamps. This is Rosemary, except for imagine the clumps of moss being spiders. This is Leon's familiar. So it's got like the lightning thing too. So I thought that was kind of cool to link them together.
Cool.
So yeah, and then this was where I was thinking of Rosemary, like different directions I thought of taking her, but I went up with this one. So.
Is she the girl from the other kingdom?
Yes.
Okay.
So much different than the original that I had, because I had a different one for that. I had this for that. So this was Jax. This was Rosemary. this was Annika, and this was Leon.
I
So
think I've used that same picture before as
this one,
inspiration, yeah, for a character.
yeah. I think what it is I'm attracted to guys that have that kind of hair.
Me
Like,
too.
I like the style.
Me
I
too.
like it's just sexy.
You see what Noah looks like. Hello.
Yeah. And then he's got the cheekbones, and I'm just like, yes. And he's pale, which I actually like that when it's with dark hair. But Lord Jax is more buff. So Lord Jax's body type is like that. Even in the news story, he's bigger. But he's got that darker skin, and like he has these like clear blue eyes. It's like looking into water. And he's got the black hair that I had in this one.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Well, it was a pleasure, ladies. I am going to jet before my husband comes in here and yells at me.
Yeah.
But let me know when you do this again, and I'd love to join you.
We're doing it tomorrow. We're going to do a 10K.
Are you going to do this all day?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I've got to be out for a while. But
everyone can just pop in when they want to, because this holds up to 6 people on the plan.
Well, if you have room, I might drop in every once.
I'll be in and out. I'm not doing 10,000 words. I've got to take my 2 oldest daughters to the orthodontist tomorrow at some point. But.
Fun.
I'm just hoping I can finish
Not for them.
this tonight. I knocked out 1 chapter in 20 minutes, and I have 7 more to go.
Good.
So hopefully I can finish it tonight before midnight. And then tomorrow I can focus on writing my novel. So,
You are the father.
yes.
When's your cover reveal for that?
I think it's the 24th.
Cool. Okay.
I've got it on my thing. Where did it go?
Because I'll do some cover reveals and some cover marketplaces for you as well.
Ooh. The 24th. Yes.
Okay.
24th. And I'll have 7 days of graphics leading up to it, starting on Friday.
Cool. All right, ladies. I'm out. We'll see you guys later.
Bye. All right. So, do you want to chat for a minute, or do you want to go straight into the next one?
If you want to go straight into the next one, you can. Like I said, I will be in and out again. Trying to do multiple things all at once, multitasking. That's okay, because like I said, I tend to write a sentence, do something else, write a sentence, do something else, write a sentence, do something else. If I sit and just try to push through, hoping that the flow will come, I actually end up writing less. It's really annoying.
I see that there's a viewer, but it might just be me. So if you are viewing, please comment. That way, if you're doing the Forest app, I can use the code. Otherwise, the code will be useless because I can't do a sprint with friends if I don't have a friend. So, So I don't know if there's someone there or not. It could just be me watching it to make sure it's still going. So I'm just going to click out of it and see if that changes anything, because I don't have to watch it for it to be working. So I'm still seeing that there's 1 viewer. So I guess it is a real viewer. I just need to know if they want me to put in a code for the Forest app, because I thought the viewer was me this whole time. So whoever you are, thanks for watching. I need some watch time. I guess I will just do the regular by myself planting mode. But if whoever's watching decides that they want to do the Forest app, this thing where you plant really cool trees and earn stuff, then just let me know in the comments, and I will start giving you codes so you can join in. All right. I'm going to do this tree this time.
That's a pretty one.
Yeah.
An app you can do where it's kind of like a goal setting app. You grow trees.
So do you want to do a 25 this time?
25? Yeah, we can do that.
Because this next chapter has like 400 more words than the last one. So I'm gonna need more time to finish it. And I had to like make a little note on how I was spelling the kingdoms and how I was spelling one of the names so that it would be consistent, because otherwise I'd be like, I don't know how to spell it. The person who was watching went away, so
Oh.
it might have been her.
Might have been.
It. So anyway. All right, I'm going to get the timer started for the 25 minutes.
Sorry, I'm being peeked at.
I am hot in here. Okay. So now all we have to do.
You can't take me away from this like this.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself then.
Yep, and I'm going to do the same, and we can sprint. Hey, hey, hey.
Hello.
So, how'd you do?
Better this time. I got 454.
Oh, wow. So I got halfway done with the chapter.
Good.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. And that's what's important.
No, I probably got that far because of all the interruptions, actually, ironically enough.
What?
So you did experiment, try it again.
No, I didn't want to experiment and try it again. Like I said, I tend to work better. Sometimes I'll do like little tiny micro sprints where I'll tell myself, just do one more sentence and then I'll walk away and do something else. Just do one more sentence, then walk away, do something else. And if I do micro sprints, like a minute and a half, sometimes I get more done that way. I don't know, my brain is wired funny or something.
I just follow it.
I guess it just takes off the pressure because you know you're only having to do one sentence.
Maybe. It's annoying because everybody else talks about, well, you just go until you get in the flow and then everything's wonderful. I'm thinking that would be nice. That would be really nice. But doesn't seem to work that way for me. So
I've got like a page and a half left on Scrivener for this chapter.
nice.
So I'm doing pretty well with these because this chapter was 1,000 words. So, and my edits have not been hard. They've mostly been making things more concise. So removing words or taking 3 words and turning it into one stronger word. Your little ones.
Yeah. I'm being peeked at. They're having dinner. It's 7:30 here, so
Oh, it's 9:40.
well, Daddy fried up some burgers for them to eat. So
I'm here for you.
And fries.
and fries. He cooked fries in the oven. So
But I really want to get done with this tonight, so I feel like I should just stay up, regardless of how long it takes. I don't think that it would take me past midnight. That's another like 2 hours and 20 minutes.
It will.
well, do you want to do one more and see how far it gets you?
Oh well, yeah.
Okay.
Because you said you wanted to go. How long are you wanting to stay?
I can stay as long as. I mean, I
Mom,
usually write till midnight and see how far it gets me, and I
So
mean it's
probably
off and on.
Early for you still.
Oh yeah, I've got like several hours of writing time left. It's usually after they go to bed that I get my most writing done. Because half the time when I've stepped away to clear my, it's like I have to clear my palate or something. So I step away, come back, step away, come back, step away. But when they're not here, they don't say, "Oh, Mom stepped away. We can get her attention now." So
I am about to have a name that I'll mention. And right now it looks like Chevron without the R. And I want it to be said like Siobhan.
Siobhan.
And it's a guy's name. I mean, I'm made it up, but
Just name.
Under like
change it to an S.
CVONNE looks like a girl's name.
Yeah, I want it to be. It's a guy.
Maybe an CHEVA with an accent above it. N.
I don't want to have to deal with any accents. I'm gonna see what it does right now when I have Google Translate read it to me because that's what I've been doing.
Chevin.
Chevin. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't like Siobhan. Siobhan.
Well, almost all of them probably.
Siobhan.
Okay, so I just need to change it to an S instead of a C.
Yeah, I was gonna say most of them the CH is all pronounced as a ch. Like that's a lot of the names that we have around in this area. We have like Shemek at a community college and Shemawa Road. Unless you ask Google. Then it's Chemawa and Chemakita because it's a CH.
I was like, I've got a fantasy world, so I've got some names that are basic. Like even my main character is just Leon. There's nothing like super special about that. And then I've got Jax, which is Jax, which I've seen in a ton of books recently.
That's a good fantasy name.
I've read like 3 books, and they're not even fantasy. They're all contemporary, and they all have Jax as the main character. And so I had been reading those books, and I was like, screw it, I'm putting in Jax. I'd also been reading a book that had a rose in it, but this character's name is Rosemary. So I was like, whatever, it's a fantasy world. The other ones were contemporary, so there's not really any overlap. We're good. And then I have Annika, which makes me think of Annika Skywalker, or however you say it.
Anakin?
Anakin Skywalker, yes. So basically, I have like a female Anakin.
With my daughters, they were always watching movies. You say Annika, and I think of Annika from that Barbie movie.
Oh, I have no idea.
So, which movie was that?
It's a Barbie movie. That's as far as I got.
But yeah, I was thinking of the Star Wars whenever I came up with Annika, because I was thinking of what you said. Yeah, so that's pretty much all of the names, and then I named the panther Azulu, 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 which I thought was pretty cool. Because I was
from
thinking,
Airbender.
huh?
That would be like Azula from the Airbender series.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. That might have been why I had that.
Maybe.
I was gonna do a Zulo or something like that, but I was like, no, a Zulu sounds better.
Zuko.
So yeah, I was like, so that's gonna be the panther, and I was thinking of it because of the panther is blue and green, so I was thinking of like Azul for blue. So I was like, oh, we're just gonna go with a Zulu.
Right.
So. And the familiars, for most of the cases, the familiars name goes with the character's name. They have the same letters. So you have Annika and Azulu, and then you have Leon and Lightning, which is his, it's like a deer elk hybrid. So he rides it like a horse. So it's bigger than a regular deer. It's a red stag. It's a real thing. In nature. So, because I was like, I can't do a deer because it's too small to ride, and I can't do an elk because it's too big to be fast.
Depends on the deer. You get some of those white-tailed deer up in the Rockies, like in Montana and Colorado. Some of those are as big as a horse, I swear.
Well, it might be a red stag, because a red stag is a hybrid of the elk and a deer. So that's what I did for that. And there's an interesting part, because to show the differences in the culture, the one girl, she's from a place that's like always snow covered, and then he lives in a tropical place, and then also the way that they treat their familiars is slightly different. So in his country, they're more like pets, and in her country, they're like more of a like equal playing field companion type thing. So she doesn't like being separated from her spiders, because her familiar is spiders. So the people that have insect familiars, they tend to have multiple ones because
right.
they die. So they just have like these hordes of them. Whereas the other ones, they have like animals and birds and stuff like that. They have one. But yeah, he's terrified of spiders.
I'm terrified of spiders too.
Yeah, most people are. So whenever he sees her, basically, she lives in a country where it's winter. So what she does is she has like these large teacup-looking dresses that have lots of tulle, and the spiders basically nest in the tulle in the layers of her dress. So whenever she comes through the travel portal. They don't have time portals, but they have travel portals. He doesn't think anything. The first thing that she says to him is, "You're too small." This guy is like 6'1", and he's very like agile and lithe, or like flexible looking and slightly muscular. He's a great sword fighter. It's like an athletic body type.
Mm-hmm.
So for her to come through the portal and be like, "He's too small," he's like, "What do you mean I'm too small? Like, I'm not puny. What are you talking about?" Like, he beats his friend that is more like broad chested and like huge muscles. He beats him with, sword fighting and stuff. He's like, "I'm not a little weakling. Like, what are you talking about?"
Mm-hmm.
She goes like, the men from my kingdom are bulkier, like warriors. And he goes, "Well, we don't have war here, so I don't have to weigh 250 pounds." Oh. But so then her like, she has like a crew of guards that come over to make sure that they're not trying to do something bad in the country and like take her, even though she's agreeing to marry him.
Mm-hmm.
Her father wants her out of her country because it's war torn. He's like, he wants her to be safe. This is a safe kingdom. But the thing is the arrangements all been kind of like undercover. So like the royals know, but everyone else is kind of oblivious to it. Because then they don't have any stake in the war. They're like secretly supplying goods and food and stuff like that, supplies. So she's ticked off about that too. She's like, "You're not an ally unless you're actually like sending men."
Right.
Like, you're not risking anything. Don't pride yourself on doing the bare minimum.
Right.
That's their first conversation, which kind of echoes how it is in the world today. So she kind of like tells them off, but that's not what the story is about. So that only happens in that one chapter, where you can just see the different cultures clashing immediately.
Mm-hmm.
She gets mad about the fact that he expects her to get on to his familiar, and they're both going to ride the familiar. And she's like, "You ride your familiar? Like, that's horrible.
How could you treat it equal that way?"
Yeah, exactly. Like, how do you ride your familiar? And so I'm like, okay, this definitely shows some differences here. But yeah, the spider part was funny because her lead guard is like, all the guards are coming through with like all of her trunks of stuff. They don't want to walk several miles to the castle carrying these huge trunks. And so they're like, there's like this small village where the portal is at. And you can't access the portal unless you're a royal, so it doesn't matter that it's in plain sight. You have to have the signet ring and put it in and twist it at the same time as another person with a signet ring where you're going.
Oh, like a double key?
Yeah. Yeah. So even to arrange it, someone would have to physically go to the kingdom to set the time for the two people to do it. So that creates limitation of power. And that way you don't have to guard the portal. You don't have to worry about someone coming through. You're good to go. And that's one of the reasons why, like, their kingdom is an island. So there's not a lot of people that are trying to get to the island. There's not like a lot of resources there for them to want to overtake it. Like, it'd just be too much trouble. Mm-hmm. So that's why they don't have a lot of wars or anything. So they've been pretty safe for like the last century. So even though they still train, they just, it doesn't really affect them. But anyway, her guard is like, so will you be okay if I leave you to go with these other soldiers to go get like a carriage to take your stuff to the castle? And she's like, "Oh, I have my protection." And she lifts the layer of her dress so that the guy can see all of the spiders. And there's like 100, and they're deadly spiders. So they're like these lethal variations of spiders. She wears them like accessories. Like, yeah, it's gross.
Yeah.
And, he's like, and she's like has a hilt on her side too. She's like holding the hilt over her sword, and she's showing him all these spiders, and she's like, and then he goes, well, if we're going to get acquainted, can we please do it without the spiders? Like, I do not want the spiders. See, at this point, he doesn't know that she's going to refuse to get on his familiar to ride back to the castle. So he's like, I am not sitting near the spiders. I don't care if you have a mental connection with them and you can control them. No. Because the familiars do have a mental connection. We're basically, I mean, they're still like the animals or whatever. They're still animal brain. They're not humans, but they can communicate.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's like, fine. So she like gets her spiders to drop down from her dress, and they like crawl over to the guard, and they climb all over the guard so that we can take them. And I'm just like, oh my god.
You're gonna give nightmares to all the arachnophobes out there.
Yes. And the thing is like, okay, this girl is supposed to be marrying this prince, and they don't like each other. They don't have things in common. Like, just the first time she sees him, she's already disappointed. And then when he sees the spiders, he's terrified. So he's like, this isn't gonna work. No one told him. Like, he knew that she needed a tank prepared, but they didn't tell him for what. So he's like hoping it's a fish. No, it was spiders. And well, the thing is, his best friend Jax is not terrified of spiders.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a part later on in the story where Jax and Rosemary are walking like in the corridors of the castle, and they're like laughing and stuff, and she's like right beside Jax, covered in all the spiders. And even though it's told in like it's told in Omniscient, I still kind of get into the thoughts of the characters, so I say it as if they were speaking in ways. So I'm like, of course he's not afraid of spiders. Of course she finds him attractive. like
because in
jealousy almost.
Trifecta there, you know, you gotta have
like, he's mad at the two of them for kind of like getting close to each other. They haven't done anything, but you know, just by them being friendly is enough to make him angry, because he's like, I'm a good guy. Why am I having to try so hard to get her to like me? And then he also realizes, well, but how can I expect her to like me when I don't even like her? So it's kind of like the two-way street thing.
Right.
But it's really funny because Jax is like this big macho guy who flirts with everybody that has legs. he's like, hey, you're a woman, all right? You're not too young. Okay, we're good to go. I feel like he would flirt with a 60-year-old, even though he's like 20. I just don't think he would care. I think
He's the one you were saying earlier would make the innuendos about everything.
Yes, exactly. So he's like this like more bulky, the type of god that this princess is used to seeing in her kingdom.
Right.
He's bigger. He's like the protective dude. He's not fat. He's just like muscle.
Right.
He eats a lot. He likes to eat and he likes to fight and do all that. Guess what his familiar is?
I don't know.
So based on his body type, you would probably think it would be like a big burly bear or something.
Right.
Match him. No. It is a small rainbow-looking bird.
A bird.
A bird. It's so cute. I'll find it for you. It's called the black something kingfisher. Black-backed kingfisher, I think. And it doesn't even have a black back. It's like blue and purple. It's so pretty. I'm going to show you on the screen share.
Okay.
Can you see it?
That is pretty.
Yes. So you got this big burly man.
And a little
And you have this tiny bird. But the bird is funny too, because like in the first chapter, the bird comes in and it swoops up a lizard. So like this picture where it's like
Mhm.
it's like got something in its mouth.
Oh yeah,
That's a fish, but oh no,
yeah, that's got legs.
lizard. Yeah.
And some fish have legs.
But yeah, so what they were doing was Lord Jackson and Prince Leon were having a lizard race. At first they were just playing chess, and I was like, that's too boring. This is a fantasy world. They need to do something cool. So they have this wooden slat that they stretch across these two bench seats by the open window, like in the castle, because they need the airflow because they don't have electricity.
Right.
All of their windows, they're not glassed, they're just open. But they have these window seats on both sides, like benches that are attached to the wall. They're part of the wall. And so they have this slat, and the slat's divided into two. So they each put their lizard on their end, and then the lizard race to the other end. And there's like a clear box where they put a live cricket. And
That's how they got it to.
fun. Yeah. So the lizards are racing. So you'll know the component because you'll like yell whenever the other person's thing gets to the cricket. You'll yell and then you give them the cricket so they get their reward for doing it. So it's not like a cockfight where the animals get injured because I didn't want to do any cruelty.
Right.
But they literally just race and they get rewarded. They get their crickets. So it's like their after dinner game that they play together.
Right.
And this night the bird comes in and it snatches up Jackson's lizard in her mouth and then goes over to her golden cage because he pampers that bird. He pampers her like she's his child or something. And so of course Leon, who's like the continuous loser when it comes to this lizard racing game, is like, well, I was bored anyway.
Right.
Yeah. And Jax is like, says the loser, I was one race away from winning. Now what am I going to do to get all the ladies? Because he uses it as bragging rights.
Right.
Like, you don't understand how many women I get by telling them that I beat you every night in lizard races. Like,
There's a lot of innuendos you could use with lizard races too.
oh gosh. Yeah. And of course, Prince Leon is like, I don't think it's the races that impresses them. I think it's that it's your title, the Lord part. And he goes, oh, well, not like I'm going to marry any of them commoners anyway. Like, it doesn't matter. Meaning it doesn't matter if they're gold diggers because I'm not going to marry them. So they're not going to gold dig on me. And that's just because it would be unorthodox for him to marry anyone that was a commoner.
Right. Right.
Which is also kind of how it onsets in the story because Leon is getting older and he hasn't met anyone. There's no princesses there because it's just a small island. So it's like, okay, I don't really have a lot of royals to choose from. All the ones that I could have choose from I've already met and I haven't been impressed.
Right.
So like, I'm getting really bored and I'm going to be lonely if I don't hurry up and find someone. So he's like, okay, arranged marriage. Let's just do it.
Right.
And of course, it gets like the worst possible person that could be chosen for him. So,
because it makes it
yeah.
more interesting story.
And she's like really gorgeous. Like she's beautiful. But the spider thing, it's like, no, not going to happen. Sorry. Nope, nope, nope. And of course, you know, it's still going to be a romance. So Lord Jax and Leon will wind up with someone by the end of the story.
Oh,
so
good.
It's really funny because like I've been talking about this for several minutes, but the story is less than 10,000 words. I think it's like, yeah. I mean, all of them had to be because the cutoff was like 8,000.
Oh, that's true, huh? Duh.
So I don't know how many words mine is. I haven't checked it.
I actually had spiders in mine too, since it was a haunted house. I figured, what's the one thing that's a very, very common fear? So I had to put spiders in there. See, I grew up. I didn't get to be arachnophobic or scared of spiders at all because my older sister was seriously arachnophobic, and I had to go kill all of them for her.
I kill spiders, so I'm not paralyzed by them. but I do not like them. I kill them and I leave their smears on the wall so that
My
other
husband
spiders
does that. It drives me
beware.
crazy.
It's
He's like,
been
"It's avoiding all the other
the other
spiders."
spiders. Exactly. That's why I do it. Now, luckily, we have not had that problem in this house, so I don't think I have any smears except for maybe one in the bathroom. But my old house, we had spiders all the time. So there were smears. I had like the wall of death is what I called it. And there was like 2 flies on there too. I was like, smack. You annoyed me. So you're dead.
Bye.
Yep. So right now,
Trespasser.
that story is 5,774 words. So technically, I was supposed to turn it in on the 10th,
Mhm.
but I told Caitlin I was really doing like a rewrite based on my feedback, so it was going to take me longer.
I had to redo the entire ending because I don't normally write romance because I don't read romance. I've got to be one of the most unromantic people I know. My husband's more romantic than I am. I had to give my story to my friend who reads a lot of romance. She goes, yeah, it was okay, but she gave me the equivalent of it was okay, but something's missing. And I gave it to the critique partner. She also gave an equivalent answer of it was okay, but something's missing. So I went through it, and since I'm a StoryGrid editor, I've got this cheat sheet and a checklist of all the obligatories that are supposed to be in there. And I went down the checklist going, which one's missing? Which one's missing? There it is right there. So I went back and I rewrote it and it gave it back to both of them and said, oh, this is so much better. And I was going, but as long as the audience likes it, that's what counts.
I mean, you didn't have to make it romance, or did they literally say paranormal romance?
They said paranormal romance with
okay.
With the keyword or a trampoline had to be in there somewhere.
Oh my gosh. Oh wow. So who was your partner?
Stephanie. Not
Okay.
there were 2 Stephanies, but
Yeah, the one I haven't met personally.
yes.
Okay. I was like, man, I'm really excited to read everyone's stories, especially because, no one was in control of what prompts they got.
Right.
So a lot of people had to be stretched as far as like their wheelhouse. So like for you don't write paranormal romance.
Well, I can write paranormal. I don't usually write romance.
Yeah. So for me, I have like the least, because mine was just fantasy. I'm used to fantasy.
Right.
But also not really. Like I've never finished a solid fantasy story. I have lots of ideas that have fantasy. And I've started drafting some, but I've never actually finished anything fantasy. So basically mine was reading like a fairy tale, but a fairy tale where there's no magic in the world. So when my one friend read it, she didn't know that fantasy didn't have to have magic. And I was like, yeah, all that you have to have for fantasy is that it has to take place in a different world.
Yeah,
So,
it depends on the type of fantasy that it is. Like you get a steampunk fantasy, there usually is no magic. Some high fantasy, you'll have magical creatures, but no overt magic itself.
yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes magic will be elements in the world itself, but not what the characters are performing.
Yeah. So like she had told me that, and then the other one was like, I want more world building. Because with fantasy, that's like an essential element. And with my draft, it was very bare bones. So I didn't have a lot of explanation in there anyway. And my other friend that didn't know about that the fantasy didn't have to have like magic or elves or stuff like that. She was reading it as a historical romance.
Oh.
And I was like, no, these countries don't exist. I made them up.
Setting in another world, having familiars. And see, that probably would be your equivalent of a magic system, whether it's actually magic or not. It fills the trap.
No, they didn't have that. in the beginning, there was none of the animal stuff. So whenever they both told me that, I was like, okay, I don't want them to be magical beings. So what am I going to do with this? And I went on Pinterest, and then I saw the picture with the guy that had like light coming out of his face. And I was like, there we go. And I was like, okay. And then I saw another picture that had light, and it was from the like deer looking thing with the big antlers. So I was like, ooh, they all have familiars.
There you go.
It's not a magical thing, but it is something that makes their world much different from ours. And then they also have the travel portals. But their worlds don't have electricity. So there is like magic in the nature in the way that things manifest. But there's no like magic per se. Even though they kind of do, because they all have mental connections with their familiars. So it's kind of like animal control.
Right. But that would be the magic system, even though it's not
Exactly.
magic. It counts. Fantasy readers will like it.
And then, and then like, so one of the girls has peacock feather hair. That doesn't occur in our world.
No.
And then like even the natural colors are all spectrum. Same thing for eyes. So all the characters have different colored eyes. One of them is green, but it's like the shade of green is very different than it's like an emerald
Interesting.
color. So you don't really see that. And then like her eyes are purple, and then another one's is blue, but it's like clear blue, so it's like looking into water. It's interesting. It's very, very pretty. But yeah, and then I just gave the king a lion for his familiar because I thought that made sense. So yeah, the person that Leon winds up liking, her familiar is a panther.
Oh yeah, you showed me the picture earlier.
Yeah, so that one was interesting because I'm like, okay, he's afraid of spiders. So he's probably going to be afraid of a panther too. So I did make it where it was like he was kind of scared of the panther. And so they wound up going to this wedding, and they're sitting next to each other, and her familiar is just like right in between them. And so he's very nervous, and it's kind of like making throaty sounds at him. And he's and then she's like, just rub his head and he'll warm right up to you. So he goes to rub the panther's head, and then it makes the like throaty weird sound. And so he snatches his hand back. So she takes his wrist and like moves it and like forces him to like gently rub. As soon as his fingers touch the fur, the panther like starts like making a purring sound. Is like yeah, so he's like giving it a head. So by the time they get done with the long wedding, because like royal like weddings are going to take forever.
That's right.
So by the time they get done with that, basically him and the panther are like their mates now or something. And he takes her to do some archery, and that's where you get the romance portion. Because you find out that she's actually had a crush on him since she was a little girl.
Oh.
Yeah, because whenever he would outgrow his toys, he like made a rule. I guess he like caught someone just like discarding his toys. So he made it a royal decree that everyone gets a gift on their birthday. And so he has like a room full of toys. So any of the kids in the kingdom can come and pick out a toy on their birthday.
Aww.
Yeah, her parents had died, so she wasn't expecting anything that year. And then he made that decree. And he's like 2 years older than her, so there's not a big age gap. They're both over 18. But she remembered that, and she got like his wooden horse. And then after that, she just kind of like followed him and all of the good things that he would do. So she's had a little bit of a crush, and
for a long time.
Yeah, and he winds up saving her life. That's how they meet officially.
Aw.
Yeah, so that's where you get like the fairy tale-esque thing. And he can't put her out of his mind, even though he's supposed to marry this other princess with the spider.
Oh.
So it's like, oh no, what is he gonna do? Like, how is this gonna work out? But of course, there's the romance. So you already know just from saying romance that there's going to be a
Right, which way it's gonna go.
yeah. I'm like, there's no spoilers. You know, I'm not going to tell you all of the hows, but it's definitely there. So anyway, we should probably do another round.
Sounds good.
I've gotten really hot. So I don't know if I need to open up my window to get some air or if I need to go get water. I have water right here.
You got water?
I'm just hot.
I know I got my AC running. I should probably open up the house. It
Oh
is
my
no,
God.
maybe not. It's still 84 outside. Well, leave the AC running a little bit longer.
I just poured a little down my shirt.
That should help.
It was cold. Like you'd think it had been in the refrigerator and it hasn't. It's just been sitting right here all day.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Either that or you're just that hot, so the temperature difference felt like it.
Probably. Yeah, because like when I'm drinking it, it's not like super cold or anything. It's not lukewarm. It's cold, but it's not cold. But yeah, I poured it down me and I was like, that poured too much. I wanted a drizzle, not a drought. Like, not a drought. You know what I meant. Need to take a shower anyway. My body's just getting a preview. All right, so I think the 25 minutes was nice. I don't know how long my third chapter is. Third chapter is only 400 words, so I feel like if we do another 20-minute, I can get done reading 2 pages. I think I can do that.
Okay.
I gotta find out where I left out on the chapter. There it is, the Siobhan part.
I've been tending to make these chapters are running between 25 and 3,500 words. So
Oh. So are you writing right now or you're revising?
I'm drafting the rough draft.
Oh.
So, because there was too much that needed to be rearranged and restructured and rebuilt in order for me to revise it. So I'm just drafting it all from new.
Yeah.
So,
I'm gonna get my little clock thing on my phone set up. I've got the computer clock set up for everyone else. I'm just planting trees while I do this. Gotta plant them trees. I'm hoping a bunch of people join us tomorrow. That'd be fun.
that'd be nice. Even if they don't stay for the whole thing, if they come and go, that would be nice.
Because, I mean, I plan on doing it all day. We'll probably do like 4-hour chunks and then take like an hour off or something. Because we gotta have breaks.
Well, yeah, if you don't, you'll burn out.
Yeah, and I don't want to burn out. But I also don't want to take huge breaks. Then it's so hard to get back into it.
Right. Let me reset my word counter here. Okay.
Yep, I'm gonna go ahead and press start, and then I'll go and I'll mute my
I'm going to mute myself.
thing. Yep. All right. So if you're watching this, go ahead and get your clocks ready because we're gonna go for 20 minutes. How'd it go?
Timer.
Walked away. I only got 341 this time.
Hey, it's pretty good. I not only got done with the rest of that chapter,
Yay!
I also did the next one.
Yay!
And now I'm on the next one. So I only got like a paragraph into the next one, but I'm in there.
It's still further than you were thinking you would get, so that's good.
And it's so much cleaner than what I was expecting. Like, it's not bad at all.
That helps. That's always nice.
Now, once I get to chapter 6, I don't have high hopes.
If you ever see our living room, don't see it.
Yeah, don't see our living room.
We're trying to rearrange it so that, because we're planning on moving Mom's desk
Yeah, she knows.
into the living room.
She knows. In fact, I should probably go get that done. So,
How long do you want to do this one for?
50 seconds.
No, we're not doing 50 seconds.
That would be quite long enough.
50 minutes.
Most of this sprint, I'm probably going to spend out there. That'll get, because some of what I run into is I freeze up and I can't think of the next thing to write, and that's when I usually walk away.
Yeah.
So sometimes if I just purposefully walk away and keep myself away, it gives my brain time to stew on it a little bit. So, I guess it's kind of like, when you're doing a puzzle and you stare at it, and just say, and get up and walk away. 5 minutes later, you come back, you see 5 pieces that you can just pick up and fit right in.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the closest analogy I can think of. So
do you want to do a 15, 20, or 25?
how long do you think you'll need to finish the chapter?
I don't know. I don't know. I might do it in a 15 if it's really clean, because it's only like a page and a half, or it's like 2 pages.
8 hours.
It's 2 pages. So I feel like I can probably do it in a 15.
You want to do 15 then?
That's fine.
Okay.
Like, then we get like a small break and then I go to the next chapter, which is always nice to get like a minute to be like,
Right.
But then you don't know what's going on in the next chapter.
No, that's me.
I already wrote it, so I'm just having to make it sound better. But yeah, it hasn't been that bad. But these are the ones where I rewrote it and then I looked over it to get more details into the scene, like to set the scene. But come chapter 6, I don't think I did that. I think I just put it down. So it's like dictated mess once we get to chapter 6.
That might take a little longer then.
Yeah, but I'm just really wanting to get done with this tonight so that tomorrow I will finally get my fresh start.
Yeah, start
and go back to my novel writing. Because I started a novel July 1st. I started a novel and I already have a release date for it, believe it or not.
Oh.
Yeah. I talked to Caitlin and I was like, hey, you want to help me come up with a release date? Because I want to do the cover reveal. So I probably need to have a release date. So I've planned for October the 21st.
Yeah? Let's see, I'm hoping to get this done and publishable by November 1st, because I figure that'll be 6 months from the first book, 3 months after the next one that's coming out.
Yeah, that's great. The scary part with the one that I'm doing is that not only will it be coming out October 21st, but that means that I'm sending out ARCs
Mm,
like August 18th or something.
right.
So that only gives me a month from now to not only do the first draft, but also to revise it and self-edit it and then send it to my editor.
Yeah, which is why I'm not sure if it's
Oh, I did the calculations wrong. I have 6 weeks to work on it to get it from like start to finish. Luckily, I did really well. The first 6 days, I wrote 17,400 words. So, and I didn't have to deviate at all from my outline. Like I structured it perfectly. Never had that happen so well before, where I haven't had to change anything. It took me 7 hours to to do that, to make the pipeline. So that's why it's so solid, because I spent 7 hours on it.
7 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's dual POV, and I used kind of like a 3-act structure. It was like a 24 chapter outline, and then because it was dual POV, they each got each section of that. So really, it wound up being 48 chapters plus an epilogue. So it's like 49 chapters. I'm done with the first 14.
Nice.
So I'm getting there. I'm like a third of the way done with the book, according to the word count in chapters. So I'm like,
Nice.
all right, let's try this. But yeah, I'm gonna have like 6 weeks. But so I'm only gonna have like 6 weeks. But the thing is, I still have another anthology story that I have to revise and submit before that book comes out. So I think the deadline to submit it is like August 25th. Then I have an 11,000 word little like novelette that I need to add chapters to and revise. And that will be coming out.
Busy.
Yeah. And then my co-author has a novella as well for our series. So I will need to do alpha reads on that and give her like really good feedback, because it's in the same world. So, we have to do that.
Right.
And then we have a third short story that we'll be writing together. So that will be like a novella as well. That'll be like, a good 10K. And all three of those like shorts, novella type things, those are all coming out before our next book, which we've now planned to release on December 2nd.
Oh, what?
So basically, I have 2 anthologies that are coming out in September. And then I have 2 short stories, or not 2 short stories, like 2 novelettes that are like over 10K that are going to come out before December. And then I have the full-length novel that we have not wrote a word on coming out like December 2nd.
Oh man, tight schedule.
Oh, and I had a book scheduled to release on January the 2nd. But luckily I only put that out on Wide, and I hadn't really talked about that release, or I don't even think I really did a cover. I don't even know that I showed the cover. I put it on my website, but I didn't like make a specific blog post about it or anything. So I'm thinking what I will do is I'm not going to do that on January the 2nd. So I take it down from the Wide stuff. Luckily, I did not put a pre-order on Amazon, because Amazon is bad.
Yeah.
So I'm like, nope. I took my books out of Wide except for my book that's free. So I don't really care if they penalize me, because the Wide just wasn't working. So I was like, hey, I might as well do the other. So I was like, okay, we're just gonna go for this. So yeah, that's kind of been what's going on. Hello, Hannah. Nice to see you here. You are our one and only guest, so we're super, super happy that you've joined us.
Hello.
We've been a couple hours, but we are not stopping. So I hope that you plan to stick around. It still says 1 viewer, so I'm hoping that's you. And your hair is so pretty. I have like stick straight hair, so I had to get mine permed so that I could get even the smallest bit of some volume to my hair, especially when it gets long. When my hair gets long, it gets boring. So,
My hair's long enough. I want to just chop it all off right now.
yeah. I got my perm and it's doing me well. So, it's curly now. I just love the feel of curls. They
Oh, they're
just feel
pretty.
soft. Yes. And then we also have another guest, Kimberly Schwartz.
Kimberly.
I believe that's how you say it. Nice to see you. Hannah says, woohoo, go team. I'll stick around for a bit. I needed some encouragement to actually write tonight. Well, that is what we are doing here. I am not technically writing. I am revising. But it still has to do with getting the book done. So without further delay, we will do that. Do you have the Forest app? Do y'all want a code? I can give you a code if you have the Forest app and want to grow some trees. I have lots of different trees. Very pretty trees. So if you're not a plant killer, we can do that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's on the Forest app. What you do is you get the pro version, which is like $2. And then you have different trees that you can earn by getting coins. And you get coins by doing sprints, and you just set the timers and stuff. And then you go up to the top part where it has like this middle stuff that has like a people, and you click on it. And then it'll give you the option to plant with friends. So you just turn it on. Nope. And then once you do that, it'll give you the option to either create a room or join a room. So you would click join a room and then put in the code that I would give you. But if you don't have Forest app, then that's fine. We don't have to use Forest app. It doesn't affect anything. All it does is if you plant in a group, you might get more coins as a group. I'm not sure. But the big thing is that if you use your phone during the sprint, you get distracted and use your phone, you kill the tree for everybody. So the Forest app literally puts your name and was like, everyone was working diligently until so-and-so killed the tree. Better luck next time.
And it's okay, Hannah. I don't have the Forest app either. So
Probably for the best. I don't have the app. I think I would be the tree killer for the group. We had someone get on one time and they killed the tree 2 times in a row.
oh,
Yeah. We got in the sidebar and we were like, hey, we really wanted that tree because this person, these trees are hard to get. Like some of them you have to get 2,000 coins. So you're talking about like maybe 20 hours of staying off of your phone and working on stuff.
wow.
To get one tree. And this person had earned one of those trees. So of course all of us wanted it because whatever the person who starts the sprint, they pick whatever the tree is and everyone gets it regardless of if you've earned it for yourself or not.
Gotcha.
So we were all like, we really wanted that tree. And so this person killed it within like 30 seconds of us starting. And it was like a 30-minute sprint. So we were
Oh, no.
yeah. And so we were like, tree killer in the comments and like calling this person out. And then the person that started the thing was like, I know y'all really want this tree. So I'm just going to start one for like a 20-minute timer or something. Here's the code. So we put it in. This person joined that sprint, killed the tree after like a minute and a half.
Again?
Yes. And we were like, okay, at this point, I know that you're doing it on purpose.
Yeah. That's not cool.
Yep.
So anyway, like I said, I'm going to have to step out during this sprint to go cogitate and move things around in my living room and redirect my kids. And
Mr. Wriggles is here, so it's okay.
yeah, I saw him in the chat on Facebook. I told him he needed to come join. So
oh, you just pimping us out.
Well, he had said earlier that he might come in. So
Yeah. But the tree killer, yeah, we knew that they were doing it on purpose after doing it 2 times in a row and have everyone calling them tree killer. Like, so then they tried to join in on the third sprint, the third code that was given.
you guys are going no.
And so the person that was organizing it found a way to block them so that they couldn't join us.
Good thing, huh?
It was like, you can watch the live streams, you can do it, but you're not killing any more of our trees.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
Yep.
Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself and then probably go eat dinner. And it's cold by now, but that's okay. So
I had Wendy's, but I'll probably eat again by the end of this. I've got like 5 more chapters that need to be revised, and I'm about to get to the messy ones, so I'm not looking forward to that. I am looking forward to being done, hopefully tonight before midnight. So, well, that's only an hour from now, so that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
Maybe
maybe.
1 a.m., 2 a.m. I don't know. All right, Kimberly said, let's sprint. So he went away, so I don't know where he went. But yeah, let's go ahead and get that sprint going. I'm going to click OK on that timer. And let's do it. Yay! You can unmute now. All right, I just finished my chapter. I had like one more sentence to look at, so I was like, I'm finishing this. How did y'all do? I don't hear you. I see you.
I didn't do anything.
Oh. How did you do?
I'm trying to figure out how to use Scrivener.
Oh. We have 2 people sprinting with us
So-
now. Isn't that awesome?
I didn't do any.
So I need to figure out how this Scrivener thing works because it's a bit complicated.
I'm using Scrivener right now to do the revisions. And then I will let Google Docs read my book to me for my edits. But,
That's one way to do it.
Good so far. Yeah, because I mean, it'll find missing words, or it also lets me know when I have a really long sentence. So even if it's punctuated well, if it makes you run out of breath, then I need to do something about it. So
But what it also does is if you have any kind of a funky punctuation anywhere, like, I don't know, some people use excess commas, some people don't use enough commas, then hearing a computer read it to you like that helps with that too.
yeah. So what did you get done? Moving living room furniture?
I got one shelf put into place, got another shelf pulled out and vacuumed off. I still have to put it in place. There was a spider on it.
Oh no.
We had to pause to kill the spider.
Oh my, good job. Kimberly got 520
Whoa!
words. Yeah, that's awesome.
Hannah got 1,500.
She cheated.
No, she
What?
didn't.
They both cheated.
Oh
They
nice.
both cheated.
She
They're both cheaters.
either types really well or uses dictation, because I've done 1,000 words in 15 minutes with dictation. Well,
They have cyborg fingers. That's all that is.
No.
Hannah also says that she uses her computer to read to her too for edits.
Well, it makes a difference. It makes a huge difference.
Nice.
But
It
you
really
try to
does.
read it. Well, even reading it out loud to yourself, that helps, but your brain will still skip over some things because you know how it should be.
Yeah, and then there's stuff like, for instance, if the line on your computer ends with the word "the," and then the next line on the computer starts with the word "the,"
Mm-hmm.
like when you're reading it, you won't even notice.
Mm-hmm.
Or you'll hear it say "the." Hannah says, haha, my chapter 1 flowed. Chapter 2 is going to be a struggle. Oh my gosh. So are you working on multiple projects for Camp Nano? Or did you just decide, hey, I'm just going to start this tonight?
What? Not yet.
I'm like falling on my chair. And let me know in the comments what y'all want the next sprint to be, how long you want it to be. And I will go ahead and set up my phone and the timer.
I'm good with however long. So.
I'm still trying to figure out this Scrivener crap.
You might have to watch some YouTube tutorials.
That's okay. You can sprint through your struggles there too.
Yeah. That's the cool thing about the sprints is that it doesn't really matter what you're doing. Like you could be doing dishes and you're like, okay, I need to have someone that's doing something like work related just there with me so that I can get it done.
Kimberly wants 22 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yep. And then Hannah says, just started a new novella. We were talking about novellas and novelettes earlier.
Yeah, we were.
I think she was here when we were.
So do you have a genre that you guys write in? Or do you hop around and
I write in every genre. So the novella stories that I was talking about are all companions to our trilogy. So it's contemporary romance, and they're kind of like prequel stories that can stand alone. Basically, what we're wanting to do is make them free or 99 cents to draw people into the series. And everything can be read as a standalone.
Nice.
So, but yeah, we're thinking, okay, well, if we have 3 free novellas that lead you directly into the full-length book, and they don't spoil anything for the book because it's like a prequel,
right.
then that can kind of work as like having a perma-free book 1, but where we're not losing that kind of money on something that took a lot more effort to do
Right.
as a link. So, is everyone good with the 22.15 for the time?
I'm good.
All right. I don't know why I'm so hot in here. I think it's
Very
like
specific.
ear heat. Well, I mean, if you ever do the sprints, this happens. Everyone wants weird times. So
Well, everybody functions differently. I mean,
Stop functioning differently.
right.
all right, are y'all ready for the sprint? Okay, we've got 2 more comments. So we'll go ahead and do those and then we'll start the sprint. All right, most genres. And for camp, I'm working on 3 different stories. But my main project is currently setting so I can do editing next month. Yeah. Sometimes I let stuff sit too long. And then it's hard to get back into it. I'm like, man, I have to do all this work. Exhibit A. What I'm doing right now. This is already due. And I'm still doing revisions. But I wanted to make sure that it was a great story and not just a good one, because the people that had read it said, like, this was good. But they were like, it needs more world building. So I had to, like, redo everything.
This
And
fantasy.
I changed the tense too, because it was first person, and now it's omniscient present tense, which you don't really see anywhere. Usually when people do omniscient, they do past tense, and I was like, but no, this needs to be an active story, so it's going to be present tense. So it'd be interesting. And Hannah says, I write children's books, but just started writing romance. Welcome to the sexy side. Oh, this will be my first novella, but I have 3 short romances up. What are the titles of your books? So at the beginning of the stream, we kind of showed off some of our books. I don't know if everyone has theirs by them, but the first one I have is Unwrap My Heart, and it's on Amazon. It has a different cover right now because this one wasn't selling well, so we made new covers. But the paperbacks are just too cute to change. So, and then this is the second book, Unleash My Love. So book 1 is like Christmas time, and Brayley and Zane are the main characters in this. I wrote Brayley, and my co-author wrote Zane. But it's like a Christmas romance, and she gets kicked out of her house. She's a foster kid, and she ages out of the system, so she gets kicked out. There's a very specific reason why she gets kicked out. It's like this huge secret, but you find out the secret, part of the secret, really, really close to the beginning. But it's shocking, and it completely influences the rest of the book. So yeah. And then this book is like a theater romance that has the ex-boyfriend of the girl character from the first book as the love interest in this book, and her foster sister. So y'all are like, what? Yep. The series is a lot about like finding love after trauma. So even in book 3, so like the first 2 books, I'll kind of spoil a little bit, are both having to do with recovering from like sexual abuse and then falling in love after that or through that while it's still going on. Not falling in love with the abuser. Let's just put that out, except for this book is a little bit darker because the character kind of has like Stockholm syndrome. So she does think that she's in love with her abuser and has to work through that throughout the book. And there's self-harm and stuff like that. So they are darker romances, but the darkness does not have anything to do with their healthy relationships. That has to do with the trauma. 2 very different routes of dealing with it as well between the different characters. The 3rd book does not have sexual abuse recovery as a theme, but the 2 teenage characters have had family issues where one has lost her mother, but they didn't have a close relationship. And the other one's dad left to pursue a coaching job in Europe as like a basketball coach for like an elite team. And they both use sex as a way to cope with their problems. So they're kind of like sex addicts. So these are YA books, but they definitely teeter on that new adult. They're not erotic. Book 1 does have a sex scene, but it focuses on like the emotions. It doesn't focus on like the technical aspects of what's happening. Book 2 does not have a sex scene, but if you sign up for our newsletters, then you get an X-rated, steamy bonus chapter. You're like, what? And then this was the original cover, which is still available. It's just like the Christmas edition. But the cool thing about it is it has like Santa hats for Zane, and it has reindeer for Braley. So those are the ones we've been talking about romance-wise. And then I have a Halloween like novelette that I wrote with a different co-author. And there's like a British psychic in it. So that's kind of all you need to know, which is Werewolves, Vampires, British psychic. Random thing, does anyone here read fan fiction?
My
I have
daughters
not.
do. My daughters love fan fiction. It depends on what the main story is, though.
I have been on Wattpad, but I don't know if what I'm reading is fan fiction. If it is, then I'm just not a part of the fandom, so I don't know that it's fan fiction.
Well, it's really hard because they'll like come up with all sorts of random what if scenarios, and they toss them at me as I'm trying to work, and then my brain spins off in a whole nother direction. And it's like, don't do that to me. See, the last time they did it, I had to give myself like almost a full day to just let the story spin out so I could get it out of my system. It was a Harry Potter what if scenario that they tossed at me. So
I've been playing the Harry Potter game on my phone.
I told my husband, I said, I am not writing a fanfic. I want to actually make money off of what I write. So
Yeah, it's true. Speaking of what you write, since we were talking about books, this is right here, Portal Traveler. So if you like fantasy and war type stuff and magic things, there's not as much magic in this one as the other one, Spellcaster. But
Spellcaster has a lot more magic because the point of view character is a magician. So everything to him is magic. He hears about people who don't believe in magic and he thinks that's ridiculous.
And then for Captain McWriggles, he doesn't have anything out right now, but he is part of Coffee House Writers. So you can find some of his articles and an illicit erotica story.
Well, he's in the anthology too, isn't he?
Yes. So you are going to be a published author. September 16th. All three of us are in an anthology. That's a multi-genre anthology. Basically, I wanted to get a prompt to write a short story. So I asked a friend for a genre, a lesson for the character to learn, and a random word. And then she was like, this sounds so much fun. I want to have the same sort of prompt. So I gave her one. So she's writing steampunk. She hadn't read steampunk before. And didn't even read steampunk really. So she was like, it'd be interesting. But yeah, so then we were like, okay, let's get some more friends into this. So we all exchanged some prompts, and there's 11 of us. And the anthology is called Ephemera. And if you search Heather Dowell on Amazon, it'll be on my page. It looks really cool. We just had the cover reveal today. So excited. But yeah, thanks for saying my books sound cool and you'll look out for them. Everything is on Amazon, and I just moved it into KU as well. So if you have KU, it'll be free. And then Hannah says, Kimberly, I don't read fan fiction, but I read but I read a book called Fangirl by Rainbow Rowell that made me interested in it. I read that book as well, and then I read the actual fan fiction that was in Fangirl, Carry On, that Rainbow Rowell wrote. So it was very Harry Potter-esque. I wish books come with tags, like, can I have a slow burn with fluff? AO3 has spoiled me. I don't know what AO3 is. But yeah, I think having tags would be really cool.
The tags, that's kind of something that Brian Cohen talks about in his how to write the blurb on the back. He talks about how it should give clues to the reader what kind of book they're picking up.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I tried to do, is put in all of those tropes that people want to read about so that they know.
Right.
So I'm like, in my theater one, I named the play. I'm like, they're starring in Grease. So if you're a Grease fan, you're like, all right, they're theater people. They're going to be co-stars. It's an enemies to lovers romance because they annoy each other in the beginning. Like you understand a lot. And like, she's seen as this like innocent, naive girl, but in the background, she's went through all this stuff. And it's like, no. She ain't no little kid. She's a woman. So it'll be interesting. Hannah says, I haven't read that book yet, but I might soon. Fanfic is my favorite thing to read. You already know the world, so you can get a good story. I think that's why a lot of people do love the Harry Potter stuff, because it's so familiar that even if it's like a game, I love the background music on the Harry Potter game on my phone. So I'm immediately immersed into it and like addicted to it. So I've been playing it every day. And now I really want a Niffler. Like, I want a Niffler so bad. And Nifflers don't exist as far as I know. So I'm really sad about it. And the thing is I went to Harry Potter World because I really, really wanted to go. So I went to Florida, and I was in the military. So I got like a much cheaper 4-day pass for like the price of one, because I was in the military. I had to drive to Disney World to get it. It was like ridiculous what they made me go through. And then they didn't even want to let me on because I didn't have an active ID. So I had to go print out a form that showed that I was honorably discharged so that I could get this discount for Universal Studios. Like, it was a pain in the butt. You can ask Steph. It took us hours to like get everything. It was ridiculous to get a discount. And then they were like, well, really, we're not supposed to accept paper printouts. Or it wasn't a paper printout, it was on the phone. Oh my gosh, my husband's coming in here scaring the crap out of me. I'm doing a live stream. We're doing live sprints and stuff. Really? He's going to bed, so he came in here to flick on the light that neither of us know what the switch goes to, but it annoys me when it's in the up position. Because I'm like, don't have it on if we don't know what it goes to. Turn it off. Anyway. I'm not going to bed yet. I'm gonna finish the story tonight. I don't know how long it's gonna take me, but it's gonna get done. I will turn off my camera in a minute and come give you a hug and kiss. Okay? He
Aww.
closed the door, so that must have appeased him. He's used to like cuddles, even if it's just for a couple minutes. He wants some cuddles. So
So does mine.
we ignore each other all day. We're very fiercely independent. But when it comes time for us to go to bed, gotta get a couple minutes of cuddle. I love Carry On. You would like Fangirl. It's pitched at the slowest slow burn. That is not an exaggeration at all. I listened to the audiobook, which, makes things kind of speed along a little bit faster for a slow reader, which I am. It was a very slow burn, but I did like it, but it was very, very slow. It's not something that I think I would ever reread because it was so slow. Achieve of Our Own. I haven't heard of that. Yes, theater nerd here.
Me too.
Yes, and I love how you spelled theater because in the book I had made the distinction between theater the way that you spelled it and theater like the building. And my friend was like, "What? I thought one was just like European way of saying theater and one was like the American." And I can't find it anywhere in the Chicago Manual of Style that says to do it with an RE. And then it confused my editor. So I wound up just making them all theater like the building. So forgive me if you're a true theater nerd, which it seems like you are because you spelled it the right way.
Thespian.
So just know that I am too, and I completely get it. So it's going to be great. And let's just say the characters have to learn how to get comfortable kissing each other so it'll look real on stage.
I don't know if I told you, I am working on one series that's actually a drama teacher in a high school. I'm trying to make it a steampunk because it's an alternate world, but I'm having so much fun with that. Just taking the characters backstage and building the sets and all the trouble that you find in any theater production.
Yes. I may be an adult woman, but right now my current addiction is the show Victorious. And they go to like this school for the arts. So it's all singing and theater and dance. So I'm like highly addicted.
I got my 13-year-old hooked on Phantom of the Opera.
Oh my gosh. Carry On was so good. I love the sequel as well. I can't wait for the next one. Yeah, because there is a book too. I thought it was already out. I'd already been seeing the covers for a long time. Or maybe you mean like a third one. I don't know. I've kind of been out of the loop with book releases lately. But I'm thinking it's time for another round, unless Captain McWriggles has something to say.
You've been pretty quiet.
Vote for me for president 2020.
Hey, I'm up for it. I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. Oh my. All right.
Things can't get worse than they already are. So
Yeah.
it's 2020.
Oh, with me as president, yes, they will.
All right. Let's mute and start the sprint, and I'll go get a couple minutes cuddle and come back.
Okay, and I'll be in and out again. So
All right.
all right.
So, despite only being here for like 7 minutes of the sprint, I got done with half a chapter. So, that's pretty good. And I was not kidding. If the internet suddenly drops in a little bit, it's my husband being like, get in the bed. I cuddled, but boy does not like to sleep alone.
That's my husband.
He will turn off the internet, and I don't know the password. Like, all I technically would have to do is get up and go look at the router. But like, I can't see those tiny numbers and have to bend and stuff. No way.
Yes, he won't turn off the internet, but
Mine will. He will turn it off. It's not good on a day where he has work the next morning, because then he might not remember to turn it back on for me, so that I'm without it until he goes on break and calls me.
Then you
So,
can get that, okay?
it's like, fix it. Fix it.
Okay.
How did y'all do?
better this time. I got 352. See, I told you last time I should have gotten up and walked away, same as I did this time. I get more that way.
How'd you do, Captain McWriggles?
I did about 100 words.
So you finally got
It's better
Scrivener.
working. Whoa!
Oh, I
Oh. 917
y'all
for
are
Kim,
cheating.
984 for Hannah.
They
Oh, they're-
beat all of us.
They're in beast mode. That's
Y'all
what's
are
happening.
cheating.
They are in beast
Y'all are
mode.
cheating.
They're like, I ain't staying up at midnight and not getting stuff done. If y'all are from the US, I don't know what country you're from. For all I know, it's 8 a.m. for you.
Mm-mm.
For me, it's midnight in 5 minutes. So I'm starting to get tired, but I am determined that I am finishing this. So I don't know. With StreamYard, I just have the free version, so it might cut us off at 4 hours, and then I would have to start another video. We're at 3 hours and 45 minutes right now, which is crazy. It does not feel like that long. But I'm almost done with chapter 5, and there's 8 chapters. Midnight and 5 minutes for me too.
I'm same, Kimberly.
Time, it's just before 10. Yep. She's the same.
Yeah, I'm in Oregon, so
We started when the kids were having dinner. So I'm like, I'm gonna wind up being hungry after this. And even though I'm tired, I'm gonna be like, all right, I need a bag of popcorn, and I'm gonna watch like a 20-minute show and go to bed. That's what's gonna happen. Oh man. So how long do you want the next one to be?
Washington.
Whoa.
Beautiful green Washington.
I have a page left on my current chapter, and then I have like 3 pages on the next chapter. So I have like 4 pages to edit. Not for the whole thing. And then the chapter after that is only like 2 pages. And then another like 1 page. So, oh, that ain't bad at all. I might get done with this by 1 a.m. I really hope so. While y'all are still here, because I never know when people are going to tap out, we are going to try to do a 10K writing day tomorrow. We don't know exactly when it will start, but it will probably be around, since I probably will be up until 1 o'clock, It'll probably be around like 10 a.m. CST, which will be 8 a.m. for y'all over on the West Coast.
I'm not getting up that early. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've
But
got just sleeping in since the kids got kicked out of school.
yeah. But you can pop in whenever.
Yeah, I'll
You
pop
don't
in.
have to stay around for the whole thing, and you don't have to have a 10,000 word goal. That's just kind of
I
what
like
we're
getting
following.
2,000 words.
Like, even for me, like, I'll say 10K day, and really what that means is just like I'm going to put in the time effort to where it's possible where I could get 10K.
Mhm.
But really, my goal is going to be like 7,000 because that's how far behind I am with Camp Nano. Because I've taken 8 days to revise a short story.
Yeah.
But I was like rewriting it, so I haven't been lazy. I wrote 57,000, not 57, 5,700 words in those 8 days. So technically, I'm not really that far behind in Nano, but I didn't count any of those words toward Nano because I want the chart to be accurate for my novel story because I'm trying to write my novel, and not just 50,000 words. I'm trying to finish the novel.
Right.
So I don't know how long it will be. I'm estimating based on current trajectory, it'll be around 60,000 to 65,000 words. And it's just an adult contemporary romance. So there's not a ton of stuff going on with the plot. But that's what it calls for. So, all right, let's see here. Same time as me. We already talked about those. Radon New Thing. For one of my nano projects, I'm publishing it on Wattpad if you want to check it out. That's awesome. Yeah, that'd be really cool. And then Hannah liked the 20 minutes. And then Kimberly says 21:15. So we'll do 21:15 because that is in the 20-minute range. So that makes everyone happy.
Mhm.
All right. We'll get this sucker ready. I feel like a fly or like something smaller than a fly, like a gnat or something, flew in my ear earlier. I'm not happy
Ew.
about it.
I wouldn't be either.
I'm not happy about it because you can't get it out with a Q-tip. You just shove it further
Maybe
in.
shove it further in.
It's like there's nothing like flying around. It just feels off. I don't know. All right, let's mute and begin.
Okay.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
The tiredness is definitely kicking in. Good news is we still have internet.
I was gonna say.
And we've passed the 4-hour mark, so it didn't kick us out. So that's cool. I finished the chapter and got into the next one. So I'm doing really good. And I've only got the chapter that I'm on right now, which has like a page and a half, or yeah, it's like a page and a half. And then I have another page. So I have like 2 pages left to finish. I feel like I could probably do this in 25 minutes. So what do y'all think about a 25-minute sprint?
25-minute sprint.
I mean, it might even not take me that long. We could do something shorter.
I'm good with whatever you guys want.
I need sleep.
Yeah, you're
What?
tired.
Sleep is for the dead.
Do you want to do a 15-minute?
I was gonna get off.
What time is it for you?
12:30.
Same. I'm just so close. I can't stop. So close. How did y'all do in chat? I see y'all are still here or have been replaced.
Ugh.
What'd you do this time, Captain McRickles?
I did 300.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I get the tiredness though, because I was yawning during it.
That's contagious.
Yeah. I was like, oh man. I could go to sleep right now. But I'm only like 2 pages away, so I am doing this. I committed and I'm doing it.
See, you guys are shutting down. This is what time of day I normally start writing.
Oh my gosh. What is it for you? 10:30? Oh no.
698 and 835.
Oh,
Y'all are cheating.
Nice. I got 564 this time.
25 minutes works for me. This will probably be my last one. So we need to do that then. And just get a really
Well,
good
I'm out. I can't do it.
You don't have to tell what?
I got nothing left in the tank.
835 words and 25 works. Last sprint for me as well. So I'm thinking it's going to be the last sprint for everyone, and hopefully I can finish during it.
These two have consistently beat every single one of us.
Oh, yeah.
So
It's slowly fading out. 698 words. Still really good. Fading away. Isn't bad. This is what I usually write as well.
well, yeah, because everybody else goes to bed and you have some time to yourself, and it's not too late at night for us.
But we started this at like 8:15
I know,
for me.
but you notice I didn't write much those first few sprints.
Yeah. He left without saying goodbye.
Oh, you can tease him in the Facebook chat.
Very rude.
All right, let's do a 25, and all right, just cross your fingers that I'm able to finish, because I would like to get some sleep.
And that your husband doesn't turn off the internet.
Yeah.
Well, if everything suddenly shuts down, we'll know what happened.
Yep. But yeah, that's my plan, is to do this last sprint, and then Oh man. Do this last print, maybe eat like a fruit bar or popcorn or something
Okay.
and watch like a 20-minute show and then go to bed. I heard a ding, so I'm thinking that might be him.
Too, but I'm not.
No, it was Allie Winters saying, I'm so sorry to bother him again today, but I'm sorry. It was the thing where you do the middle button like 10 times.
Oh, that one. So that was you that dinged. I was here
Yeah.
checking to see if it was me.
Leaving without saying goodbye.
You're in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, so 25 minutes.
Okay, I guess now it's your dinging from me.
Yes,
If
that
you're
is
in
me dinging
chat.
now. Because you posted in the chat, so now I'm dinging.
Well, are y'all going to pop in tomorrow with this for our 25K? Not 25K. Oh my gosh, that would be insane.
That'd be
Whoa.
My hands would be a little tired at the end.
Yeah, 10K. I think I can do 10K. I did 5K in 4 hours earlier in the month. So I think if I have 2 4-hour sessions where I'm like hardcore dictating, I'll be fine. And then the cool thing is too is that with running it, I can control how long the breaks are. So I can be strict and be like, hey, 5 minutes of talking, back to work.
I don't know. Every time you say 5 minutes of talking, we usually go about 10 or 15, though.
Well, I haven't been looking at it. So. But I mean, tomorrow, if we're really going to go for 10K day, we got to keep those breaks short.
Yeah. Yeah, Hannah, that's why I mean, I'm not single mom anymore. I was when my husband was in the military sometimes, but I feel your pain. And see, that's why I write at night, is because then my kids are usually, well, they're supposed to be in bed. Doesn't mean they are. Yeah.
One giggling in the background.
That's the 13-year-old.
I'm doing 10K on Friday and finishing on Saturday, starting at 9 Friday, ending at 9 on Saturday. That's how I did my last 10K. I did like
Within a 24
all, but I did like, I think I had like, I don't remember how much I had left, but I didn't finish it all before I went to sleep. So,
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
Uh-oh. I think it just froze. No. Well, I think she just lost internet. And I'm not sure what to do since she was the one who was hosting the show.
Still doing that?
Yeah. Thing is, she was the one that was hosting the show.
You didn't eat?
Yeah, I think her internet got cut off. I did eat. It got cut off. We can still do this last 25 minute sprint though.
Talking to me or
No.
trying to talk to you?
I know you're trying to talk to me. I'm trying to talk to the people on the chat here. What?
I was trying to figure out what I need to put away.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my husband's talking to me in the background here. I can go ahead and set a timer for 25 minutes so we can still get this last sprint in. So, I don't know if you can see that or not. 25 minutes. So if you guys are ready, go ahead and say so, and I can start the timer and we can go. All right. Okay, she's contacted me through Facebook. Yeah, her husband turned it off. So I'm starting the timer now. Start. So let's go ahead and go.
Hey, I
Hi,
was like, I can do
Heather.
this because my
Okay, that's the timer. I don't know if you can hear that or not.
Yeah, here.
Okay. Stop. So, how did you two ladies do? I am on a chat call with Heather. She did get her internet turned off. But she finished the story within this 25 minutes. So that's good news.
Yeah. For sure.
She tried to get back in, but that's kind of hard to do without the internet.
Yeah.
So,
I tried anyway.
it was a good try.
Yeah.
Hannah says, "Yay! Glad you were still able to finish."
Yeah.
And she got
I was going to bed, so
982 words.
oh my gosh.
I
That's crazy.
got 434. She writes a lot faster than I do.
Yeah.
Sorry, my dog is distracting me. Kimberly got 855 words and finished the chapter.
Oh.
So I am almost.
Finishing stuff is the best.
It is, isn't it? I'm almost done with this chapter too. So I think I probably will finish up this chapter and call it quits for the night early, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, if you feel good about what you've gotten done.
So, well, I figure anything after midnight is a head start on tomorrow. So,
Yeah. Yep. Because it's 1 a.m. for me now.
yeah, it's only 11 here.
Yeah. But it's like I still technically need this to like read to me, but I don't really want to sit here and listen to it right now.
Wow, dang. Kimberly got 3,145 just in the last 4 sprints total. That's
oh my gosh.
that's a nice total for the day.
I revised this whole thing during these sprints. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know how many hours we went. 5?
Yeah, we're at 4:51, 4 hours 51. So, but still, I mean, Jeff Goins talks about that too. Find your tribe, work with the people that do the same thing you do.
Yeah.
Find your community, so it helps.
Yeah. I'm realizing I can't even comfortably watch my show because he turned off my internet.
Hannah says, "Thank you, ladies, for the encouragement. So glad everyone was so productive." Hannah, thank you for coming. It's always nice to have other people to. I mean, it's just nice to have other people at your back.
Yeah.
And it's always
And she popped in after like 3 hours.
yes.
So.
Well, the other thing too, I mean, she did so much better than you or I, either of us did, and it's always encouraging to see somebody else who does better than you, because then you know it can be done.
Yeah.
So
it'll be interesting tomorrow. I'll have those big word counts because I'll be drafting again.
you see,
But I'll also have a novella
Night, Hannah.
and a short story that I still need to revise.
Hannah says she's off to bed. She subscribed to the channel and she'll try to keep an eye out for future sprints. So you'll be seeing more of her.
Thank you so much. And I will definitely be doing more sprints. This was a very good first trial run.
And Kimberly says, "See you all later. Thanks for the sprints." Thank you, Kimberly.
Everyone's so nice, especially at nighttime. How people are like, "Hey, I'm on a sprint," but no one's doing sprints this late. So
Yeah.
like,
You know,
so you literally go on there and you just search and
When-
you find random people.
yes. And one thing I have noticed in the author community in particular, everyone is, I don't know, there's just something about the authoring community where everybody has each other's back, it seems like. You need help? No problem. Let me help you. None of this, well, I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine. I mean, they just give it out for free.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about it. There's none of the cutthroat. It's not the competition. It's the here, let me help you so you can entertain my audience while I can't. So they will stay interested.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that it's like, okay, you can only write so many books a year.
Mm-hmm. We can't write as
So-
fast as our readers can read.
Yeah, and there's so much competition out there that there's no way that you can market yourself by yourself.
Right.
You have to have other people with word of mouth and stuff. Otherwise, you're just not going to get a lot of traction.
Right.
Because I've been paying for ads, and we haven't been getting a lot of clicks. Like, well, we're putting the money into it, and nothing is happening.
Yeah.
It's just, the marketing is the hardest part. You just got to get people to actually read the book, and then they love it.
Right. Right. And that's where you find your loyalty for your readers. I'm going to go ahead. So to turn this off, the StreamYard, do I just X out the tab? Do I hit leave studio?
There should be something that says in stream.
In stream, except that I'm not the host.
Maybe if you leave the studio, it'll work, and then just check YouTube to make